Yo, nostalgia, what's up, homie? Welcome, I said alt account. Yo, Coke, what's up,
I'm
bro?
coming into town. I'm coming into town like
Welcome to Stream, good sir. Who's that in the background? Sorry, yeah. I'm yeah, my bad. That was my homie on the phone, the Iowa 319, if I'm correct, that's his handle on YouTube. Go check him out. An amazing content creator. He stopped making YouTube a little bit ago, but that's mostly because we didn't blow up yet. When I blow up, he's gonna come back. I know it. Just a sec. The White House is alive. I'm gonna see what's up. Oh, crap. Or heck yeah. Haha, you see me? I caught myself. But no, heck yeah. Let me know what's up with that White House. And I'm gonna keep living in my imaginary, pretentious block world. Woohoo! Hey, sup, homie. What they saying or about the White House, or what they're saying at the White House, I should say. Also, what do you think about the add-on slash texture pack? It's not really an add-on; it's a texture pack, but it's one created by Minecraft, if I'm correct. They're shutting down the Democrats or something. I don't know. I mean, they're always doing that, but I'm hoping they're actually going to do something worthwhile. I don't know about the Democratic Party. I mean, I don't know how much I can say that's considered whatever, but in my opinion, it seems like a lot of people on that side, not all of them obviously, but a lot of them over there are conditioned or indoctrinated or brainwashed or whatever you want to call it into wanting to do bad things. You know what I mean? So they need to figure out what's happening or what specific thing is happening that's making those people want to do those said bad things, and then figure out who's pushing that said thing that they figure out. You know what I mean? And you know, like I don't know what to use an example of, but let's say they figure out what it is. They need to then deem all people pushing that as either a threat or tell them to stop doing that. And if they don't, then they're a terrorist against America or something. You know? I don't know, because clearly if you're pushing stuff like that, that's going to be forcing people, especially if you're told not to, and that's going to be forcing people to commit violent acts or whatever, or not forcing them, but indoctrinating them, if you will, to commit violent acts, then yeah, it seems like that's something that's not good to be doing, you know? And they should have legal ratifications against it or whatever. And they straight up lie, so I don't blame them. Yeah, lie and project, bro. I mean, they are like the number one projectors about, no, they're going to do all these amazing things, and the right is so evil. They're going to increase prices on everything, and the gas prices are going to go through the roof, and just, oh, it's going to be so bad. And yet, it seems like every time they get into power, they do exactly what they claim the other part's going to do. And it's like, hey, bro, you guys are the number one projectors in the world. That or their people. Their people also project for them too. It's honestly very sad. This is why you don't leave shulker shells laying around. Homies fucking pick them up and put them on the wall like they're theirs. Bro, do they call us fascists? Nux makes a good point. Why else would they call us that? Unless they wanted to hurt us. Yeah, it do be. I mean, yes and no. I mean, I kind of agree. Don't get me wrong. I do think there might be the select few that aren't using it like that. But yeah, for the majority, I do think it is that. Like, for instance, I'll use the term Nazis or whatever for people that are censoring stuff or whatever. And the reason I'm using that term is because that's what the Nazis did. They spread propaganda, they censored people, they did stuff like that. So it's like Hitler would be proud of you. You know, you're following in his footsteps. Where there's other people who use the term Nazi or whatever, they're like, you're a Nazi. That means you're the most evil person in the world. You deserve to die. Every Nazi deserves death. Therefore, you deserve to be dead. If you die, I'll be celebrating your death. It's like, wait, what? No, I don't think that we should be killing them or whatever. I'm calling them that because that's what they're doing. They're following in the footsteps of what the Nazis did. Calm down. You know what I mean? But at least for me anyway. But I know there is definitely some people who probably use that. And they're like, I want them dead. And it's like, bro, no, you shouldn't want your opponent's dead in any way, shape, and or form. You should want to be able to show how they're rationally and logically wrong in every way, shape, and or form, at least in my opinion. And he said, man, for a sec, I thought the floor was reflective. Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah, my homie did that with the glass or whatever. He put glass everywhere to try to make it look like it has some depth and shit. I should tell him that, from what I've been told, if you add, like, black glass underneath, it, like, makes it look, apparently, like it's, I don't know, it looks more cool from what I've been told, more depth-wise or whatever, I don't know, but, yeah, he wanted to do this with the floor, so, it's his realm, I let him, you know, it's his realm and his base, honestly, I don't usually make bases, I just get the items, and he wanted to have a cool base, so I'm like, you make the base, I'll get the items, you know, we'll work on that together, you know, our deal. Trickstar reacts as, yo, what's up, homie? I'm just chilling, killing, looking for my, well, I was looking for my loot, but I found it. Now, I got to, I gotta find Shulker, but, or not Shulker, a bundle. Alright, this one at the bottom is not working, so W him looks good. Oh yeah, DWA. You mean the base? I'm sorry, my brain is completely fried with short-term stuff, so I forgot what we were talking about for half a second. What's up, Trickstar? Is that like, I don't know? Maybe I'm just thinking of it too deeply, but I feel like that has to be a play on Trickster, like Trickstar, or is that something else completely? And I'm just retarded. Swift Sneak 3, baby, a triple. I just did something not good in my pot. Okay, no. Okay, actually, yeah. Okay, Protection, Swift Sneak 1. Prop 4. Good nostalgia, yeah. Shulker shell. Okay, I needed a freaking bundle. You know what? I'll just make a new one. It's not that deep, me. Just grab yourself a piece of leather. Dang it. I hate when my device is so laggy it just won't move. Grab yourself a piece of string. You put your string and your leather into the crafting grid, and you craft yourself a bandle. Take that bandle. You come back over yonder with your bandle. Oh, so guys, a fun fact about this world. My homie was telling me, he's like, bro, he's like, let's not dupe anything on this world. He's like, I want to keep it as legitimate as possible. We're in survival. Obviously we'll have achievements, but I don't want to dupe stuff. I want to keep it as legit as possible. I'm like, all right, fair enough. I'll try to do that or whatever. And don't get me wrong, there was still some stuff that I did. Like, for instance, when him, my brother, and myself were all in this realm, and we all needed wood, and these guys are like, hey, you can get me wood? And it's like, all right, I'll cut down a tree for you, here's some wood. A few minutes later, hey, can you give me some more wood? And it's like, bro, what the heck? So, after, like, days and days and days of giving these guys wood because they won't go and cut down their own dang trees, I'm like, screw this, I'm just gonna dupe some wood. So I duped some wood and gave it to them and stuff. And that was basically an all or whatever. Well, anyway, that was like a month of playing on this realm. The realm shut down. It's been shut down for like 2-ish months or whatever. my friend apparently, the one who started the realm, who said, hey, we shouldn't dupe on here, he apparently found a dupe, and he went on here and started duping a bunch of shit. And he's like, hey, bro, the realm's up, I'm duping, we're on. I'm like, okay, bro, fuck. So while I'm not going to be going like crazy, I am going to get at least some cool armor stuff for later. Be like, bro, look at this shit. We have a whole shulker set of stuff. I don't know. At least that way we have stuff for later. That, and because I'm tearing down a whole fuck ton of mountains. Shouldn't be saying that, but I'm also tearing down a crap ton of mountains. So, or at least not mountains, but one mountain. And it's a really big one. So I'm going through pickaxe after pickaxe after pickaxe after pickaxe, and I've been repairing my mending pickaxes. But I'm like, you know what? Why should I keep repairing it? I should literally just take it till it's like at its brink of breaking or whatever at the end of its durability, and then I should put it in a chest and do it with another one. The same thing, put it in a chest, another one, put it in a chest, and at the end I can be like, bro, look at all these pickaxes that I basically broke doing this mountain thing, and I've already cleared 3/4 of it, or 3/4 of the mountain before I even started putting the pickaxes in here. So yeah, imagine this like 4 times as much as there is here. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. I just kind of find that cool. But since when are you playing Minecraft? Who? You? Since 2018? Damn, I started playing in 2023, bro. Don't get me wrong, I've been watching Minecraft since like 2016 or whenever it was, when they had the Busy Bee actually, it was before the Busy Bee update. I think that was 2018, but don't quote me. PewDiePie was making his giant Swedish meatball, if I'm correct, or something like that, and going on like those little his adventures, if you will, finding a skeleton horse and doing things like that. And like that's the era I started watching Minecraft or whatever, was when PewDiePie did it. I want to say it was before he was blowing up. I think the Swedish meatball was after he started, like, I mean, obviously, I don't want to say before PewDiePie was blowing up, but before PewDiePie was blowing up Minecraft, does that make sense? It was, like, right at the beginning of it, before everybody was like, bro, Minecraft is cool again, and that's when I was watching this stuff, and people were like, bro, you should play, and it's like, I only got a mobile phone. They're like, it's the same thing, and it's like, it's really not at this point, but that, and also, I don't know, everybody was hyped about playing Minecraft, so I also didn't want to play Minecraft because everybody was so hyped about it. I don't know, I don't like trends. So like, if there's a big trend going on, you're not going to see me on it, if that makes sense. So yeah, then after that though, I was like, all that, and I also like to tell people, like, when they're like, hey, have you ever played Minecraft? It's like, no. Then see people be like, what? You've never played Minecraft in your life? Like, yeah, I don't know. It used to be fun to do that as well. But yeah, then after a while, I was like, yeah, I'm going to actually try to play Minecraft. And like I said, that was like 2018. So about 5 years later, 2023, my little siblings were playing it. So I was like, yeah, I'll try it. And yeah, I've been playing since like 2023, or maybe I think December 2022, if I'm correct. But basically 2023. Oh. Bro, you must be a pro, I guess. I mean, I don't know about that, dude, but thanks. Like, what's your tier in PvP? I build and cave mostly, bro. Yeah, I agree. Trends are kind of cringe. Yeah, see? Hey, stop it, I'm talking. Where are you from, by the way? Yeah, Nostalgia, where are you from? No, I don't know. He might be talking to me, but I think he's talking to you. But if he's talking to me, I'm from Wisconsin. But if he's talking to Nostalgia, then that's on Nostalgia. Classified. Bro, how do you have so many pickaxes? I want to do what Nostalgia said and say classified. I kind of explained it a second ago, but I don't want to explain it again for the sole fact that there's 3 people here, and I think they might say it's cheating, but But I'm just really good. I have a good gaming chair, homie. Like, just let's just think of that right now. My gaming chair is on par. So that's the reason that I got so many pickaxes. It's not because my homie came back on this realm and said that he was duping blocks and stuff. And there's nothing to do with that. Literally nothing. It's all because of my gaming chair. It's actually a really comfy. So that's why I got so many pickaxes. Dang it, I can't scroll up. Broski, what's up? Alright, so that looks good. Yo, Monster, what's up, homie? LOL. Oh, wait, no, the LOL's in your name, but oh well. Dude, so much redstone, looks like a crime scene. Yes. Do you remember me? Of course, Monster, I remember you, homie. I have not been on, sadly, but yeah, well, I guess I have been a little bit now, but I haven't been on for the most part. I have been on recently again, but only in my friend's realm that he's being a little, I don't know. Homie keeps saying he wants to have 2 realms or whatever, one that we can all play on and one that, only myself, him, and like his close friends can play on. But then he doesn't do that, and I still have $20 on me, but it wasn't a card. Sadly, the card did not start working, or like I tried to buy something and it was like, sorry, we can't accept your money unless you're in America, and it's like, I am in America, what are you talking about? So, yeah, it stopped working, but my brother was somehow able to spend it on his account, so he spent my money on his account, and then he just gave me the money via cash instead of digital money, so I have that money now, but I just can't spend it on a game because it's all in cash form, and yeah, I'm just sitting on money that I can't, whatever. Will you be on tomorrow? Yes and no. I should be online tomorrow. I gotta go do stuff at about 9 or 10 in the morning, and I should be gone till about 2 or 3 p.m., but, yeah, it's like 6 hours I'll be gone for, but at about 2, 3, I should be back. I'll have to sign into some games, and then I should be, sign into some other games, like Revenge of Sultans, Clash of Kings, Clash of Clans, all these other games that I have, but then I should be able to get on some Minecraft or whatever and play. Should be in the keyword, and yeah, if you want to play Monster, I'll be more than happy to try to start something somewhere with you and some other people on a realm, because it seems like sometimes people want to play and stuff. And, yeah, and I've been putting shit off or whatever for my brother. Well, my brother and his friend keep saying they want to play and stuff, and they want to hop on the realm. And don't get me wrong, my friend, he do be a little busy and stuff. My brother, I mean, he's busy too, but he be saying he's going to get on, and he's not as busy as my friend, and neither of them, though, have been getting on. So I was like, bro, I'm just wasting my life. I waste over, like, 24 plus hours waiting for these guys to get on the game, for them to never get on, and it's just like, hey, I'm sitting here doing nothing, and that's like in the past week or two, I've wasted 24 hours, so yeah, if anybody, later on, if y'all want to try to play, I don't know, I'm definitely thinking about trying to open up a realm, soonish or whatever. I've been saying that for a few months, but I definitely plan on opening one up soon, and if I do that, we can all jump on there later on, What time is it right now? For me right now, it is 12 in the morning, so in about 12 hours from now, or in about 14-ish hours from now, 15 hours, I should be back home. Oh, but I'll show you guys in a little bit. I know I'm in the base and stuff, but dang, that's annoying. Wait, what's annoying? My bad. But I'll show you guys the island that my brother and I have been clearing out. Oh, yeah, that's annoying. Okay, yeah, I feel you. The people saying they'll be on, then they're not online. Yeah, that was quite annoying. I mean, I don't know. It is definitely annoying. I forget about it, and then I remember it, and then it makes me mad, and then I forget about it, and then I remember it, and then it makes me mad. But yes. Yeah, he was supposed to be on tonight, bro, too. Like, yesterday he was saying he's getting on, or he gets on at night or whatever, and I'm like, guy, what the heck? Actually, no, 2 days ago, he didn't work or whatever, so I'm like, guy, you getting on? He's like, no, I'm gonna get on at night, and I'm like, okay, today you don't work, gonna get on at night? And he was like, yeah, so I was waiting for nighttime, I'm like, hey, you getting on now? No, I'm too tired. It's like, okay, I'll get on tomorrow night. So tomorrow night comes around, like, hey, you getting on? He's like, nah, bro, I'm too tired tonight, but I don't work, basically, I don't work the next day, so tomorrow night, even though I worked today, or even, I'll be on tomorrow night, because, I work that day, but I'll get on that night, because I don't work the next day. Well, that day rolls around, that is today, and yeah, he's like, hey, or I'm like, hey, bro, you hopping on the game? And he's like, nah, bro, I'm too beat, I can't. And I'm like, you didn't even fucking, like, you don't work tomorrow, come on. But yeah, so I don't know, these guys keep not getting on, but, yeah, I gotta go. Will you be on in 16 hours? I should be on in 16 hours. I can't guarantee 100% that I will be, but I should be. I have not been on the Xbox app in forever, but I'll open it up and check it out and see if I can't get a hold of you on there and try to let you know what's happening or where I'm at, if I can. It better be, yeah. See if I can't get a hold of you and let you know what's up. I have DC. What's DC? I don't know what DC is, but I got cotton mouth from talking so much. Oh, yeah. Crap. I have to go back anyway, because I need to look for my, come on. I need to look for my shovel. I can't find it, so my only assumption is I forgot it back at my brother's base, so I'm gonna go back there real quick. Bro, show your island. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm gonna go back to that island real quick and, look for the shovel, but, like I said, it was an island that was like a hilly island, and we're trying to, we like the island, but we don't like the hilly part, so what we're doing, fly, you little person. So what we're doing, or attempting to do, is flatten out the hill part and leave the island, Yeah, that should be good trajectory. Let me... Cook, are you drinking a Coke? Are you drinking a Coke? Not right now, sadly. But, yeah, I've slept like 14 hours, homie. I actually, it might have been 13, but still. Will I be able to play the Realm? This one, sadly, no. I want to say yes, but I've been trying to ask my friend to let people play, and he's like, bro, this is like a Realm for me and you and, like, your brothers and my close friends, so, like, I don't want everybody on it. I'm like, bruh. But yeah, but I'll be definitely down to play like on another Realm or something with you and other people and stuff. Or as soon as I can get this money on a fucking quiet me, don't be cussing. But as soon as I can get this money that I have in my pocket onto another card or whatever, then I'm going to buy a Realm, because if I'm correct, I get 1 month of a Realm for free when I buy it, and what do you call it? I get a month for free when I buy a Realm. And I have at least enough money to buy 2 months worth on a Realm. So theoretically, I should have 3 months on a Realm. So it should be good until 2026 if I get it, by tomorrow. Or if I get it tomorrow, which is October 1st, if I'm correct. Why are you leggy? Alright, but yeah, guys, am I fucking dumb person? Alright. So, here's the mountain so far. Let me... Let me check the messages at the moment. The fuck you use animations? What do you mean animations? You mean the I want to show you my breeze cannon? Oh heck yeah. What do you mean animate? You mean like the skin, the texture pack? The texture pack is created by Mojang. I think it's called Realism 2.0 or something like that. My friend got it and he put it on the realm. So we did not have it last month, but he just added it recently for this new month that he purchased it. Well, yeah, then will I be able to play the realm? So not this one, but I'll try to open up a realm very shortly. Tomorrow when I go to town, I'll actually try to buy a card. I'll try to remember because I should have $20 on hand. So I'll try to buy a $20 Google Play card and get a realm for 2 months. Why don't you prefer servers, bro? Honestly, I don't like servers because I'm a vanilla person, and a lot of servers tend to be modded like crazy. So, like, if somebody had a vanilla server, I would most likely be prone to play that. But since most of them seem to be like modded to crap and back, I don't really like servers, if I'm being honest. But that's the only reason. I don't know. I'm a very big vanilla player. The only exception I usually make to that is like texture packs because they don't really change anything in the game. But even then, some of them are like so, it changes the game so much look wise that I don't even like. My friend has one. It's supposed to be like an old medieval texture pack or something like that. And honestly, it changes the game so much I don't even like that one. So I don't know. But that's just a me thing, if I'm being honest. I hope you get more. I hope you get more. I hope I get more. What? I'm sorry. I want to show you my breeze cannon. Heck yeah, I gotta go see you tomorrow. Heck yeah, bro. And see ya. Yeah, you're saying see ya to Monster, I assume. But yeah, as soon as I get or finish off this water that I got. Damn, there's like a tablespoon in there. I'll show you guys a little more. So. Yeah, these builds are mostly my brother's. I mean, I've helped him when it comes to, like, collecting the material, but he did all the building, So, yeah, these are his skyscraper buildings or whatever. Water bucket from this tower. Bro, I don't have a water bucket, and I suck at that. My totem will pop. Oh, here's a challenge. I feel ya. I'll definitely try later, probably, but simply because I have a totem. But honestly, though... Good idea, right? If I come over here, I mean, I need to go a little more that way. But if I go over there, get the beacon effect, come back here, and then try to water bucket clutch, or if I try to do, like since I'm at 139, if I go up to like 140 over there and drop down, it'll be the same equivalent. So I'll just do something like that. That way, hopefully, my totem doesn't pop because of the beacon effects. But that'll be probably later on. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna try to do that right now if I'm being honest. But this is my brother's little island, if you will. So yeah, right over yonder, that's his house, I guess. He created like a little, I don't know, a little side house or whatever for him. I'll go show you guys what's going on there in a half second. This house up here, he just started. It's like a skeleton or whatever, so I don't know what that's going to be. Then you got the church. He definitely, I don't know, definitely liked the church thingy, but I don't know why I put it like right on the side there. Another little house. Another little house. This right here, let me try to first person it, but this right here was his massive house at the beginning. He was like, if I'm correct, it went right down it's like if you see right there in the middle, it was only one side, like this right here. And he apparently, he didn't like it. He's like, it's too tall, like wise or whatever. It looks too skinny, so he made two of them right next to each other. And then he's like, well, I want to make something bigger, so then he made this thing right here. And then after that, he's like, well, I want to make something bigger, so he made this thing right here. And yeah. I'm gonna listen while I work. Heck yeah, that's what's up, homie. Thank you very much. I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I usually mute it, but if people are talking and if y'all are listening, that works. No, stop using rockets, you buffoon. Alright, let me see, where's it at? Oh, it's right here. So here's the church, right? You go over here, up the stairs in the church, and there's something here. I wonder what this thing is. You just flip the switch and... I guess you can also hit the button. I love how it rings twice. It call me crazy, but it sounds like a real bell. You know how when you pull the thing, it goes dong dong. You know, like, I mean, obviously sometimes it only hits one side, but if you pull it hard enough, the momentum's gonna make the thingy hit both sides at least once. You know, dong dong. You know. I'm making my first commentary video. I'm revealing a child, or I'm reviewing a childhood of mine. Heck yeah, that's what's up. You probably don't want to see my quote-unquote commentary videos from back in the day. Hey, look at that. Matthew even has communion. Wait, I mean, not Matthew. That person who I don't know the name of. He has communion. No, I'm kidding. He did put a cake there, though, and I don't know. I was just thinking that's what it looked like, but... Son of a fart and duck and slut. I'm messing up everything. Oh, yeah, I need to check for my shovel. Here, shovel, 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 shovel. Where the heck did I put my shovel? I think I lost it. I lost my shovel. Bug a duck in the butt of the clucks. Rip. Yeah, I think I lost my shovel. And I refuse to go watch all that footage to try to find where I put it. So... Did I maybe leave it in over here? Maybe I left it in the chest over here. No. 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 All right. Clearly, I just need to go make a new shovel. So, hey, actually, frick, I'm old, bro. My back is messed up. Nostalgia, you're still listening, right? Because if you are, I might turn on, I was going to just mute the sound or whatever, and turn on the Bible again. I've been trying to listen through the whole Bible, but, well, I say trying to. I've been trying to while I'm on this realm, because it makes it a little easier for me to do. Oh, you are here. This thing is lagging so bad, dude. I'm sorry if I can't hear you. My laptop Wi-Fi has been really bad lately. It's all good, homie. I was just going to say that, yeah, if you're here, I might attempt to leave it unmuted and, Uff? What do you mean, uff? But, I was going to say, I might leave it unmuted, and do that. But if, assuming you guys don't mind and stuff and you want to hear it too. But if you guys, do or whatever, then... I don't know, at the moment, it's I guess up to you guys. What do you want? You want me to mute it for you guys, or you want me to leave it unmuted so you can hear? I mean, obviously, if I'm still talking, I'll unmute it, you know, but, yeah, that's usually what I do when I'm just going on these massive brain rot projects, is I just turn on something to listen to and try to get through it, and for this month, I chose the Bible. It's like I want to get through the whole Bible again, at least, you know, once, to make sure I know I've gotten through the Bible and stuff, but... I want to make sure I've been through the whole Bible, you know what I mean? So, like, I'm listening through it all again. Yes, I am. Alright, heck yeah. Um, yeah, okay, I need to go make a good shovel real quick. Then I need to go fill up my bottle in real life because I am a little thirsty. And then after I do that water thing, I'll be back to turn on the audio, the Bible audio. I mean, it's coming on regardless. I'm just saying, if you guys want to hear it or not, you know what I mean. Like, I'm listening to it regardless, but I won't force you guys to, obviously. Sure, I'd like that. Haven't read the Bible in about a month, so this be good for me. Oh, heck yeah, good sir. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I suck at reading. I'm like dyslexic or something, undiagnosed, but I am dyslexic for as fuck. And yeah, I cannot read worth crap. I mean, I can, but I have to read this like I don't know if this makes sense. I'm good at reading out of spite. Like if somebody's trying to talk shit to me or whatever, I can read that awesome. I don't know why. It's like my hyper focus overtakes everything and it's like, okay, motherfucker, but like I don't know, when it comes to actually reading something, my brain just shuts down. It's like this is not fun, this is boring or something, and it's like I cannot do it. So like, I have to read it like 4, 5, 6 times just to actually comprehend what I am reading, if that makes sense. So yeah, I like to listen to stuff because it definitely helps me. Helps me learn to. Helps me learn what's actually being said, if that makes sense, instead of just reading it to read it and not actually understanding it, because it's going in one ear or it's going in one brain cell and out the other, if that makes sense. I can't read either one of those, or I can't read either one of those. Oh wait, I can't read either one of those. Either one of what? Can't read either one of those. I just see where. Oh, yeah. I feel you can't read either. Yeah. You just see words. That makes sense. Yep. I feel that. That's me. But yeah, give me a half second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a drink and stuff. And actually, yeah. Yeah, I won't do it right now. But yeah, I'll turn it on as soon as I come back. So give me a half second though. And I'll let you know when I'm back, so I don't just start blaring shit and scare you or something. Probably wouldn't, but could you imagine it just like zoning out or whatever? All you hear is a fire crackling, the cat meowing in the background, and all of a sudden just boom, fucking something comes on about Samuel or something. I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm in right now. That's why I said something comes on about Samuel. But you get me. Just something something just changes the atmosphere. The sound is just like blasting from smooth and mellow to all of a sudden just loud and raging. But yeah, I'll be back in a half sec. Alright, that's Cat's job, bro. Wait, what's Cat's job? What? But what's up, bro? I got a drink and did something else too, but shh. Oh, got a little cough, must be catching a cold.
The Lord your God. If you had obeyed him, someone from your family would always have been king of Israel. But no, you disobeyed. And so the Lord won't choose anyone else from your family to be king. In fact, he has already chosen the one he wants to be the next leader of his people.
Then Samuel left Gilgal. Part of Saul's army had not deserted him, and he led them to Gibeah in Benjamin to join his other troops. Then he counted them and found that he still had 600 men. Saul, Jonathan, and their army set up camp at Gibeah in Benjamin. The Philistine army was camped at Michmash. Each day they set out patrols to attack and rob villages and then destroy them. One patrol would go north along the road to Ophrah in the region of Shul. Another patrol would go west along the road to Beth-horon. A third patrol would go east toward the desert on the road to the ridge that overlooks Zeboiim Valley. The Philistines would not allow any Israelites to learn how to make iron tools.
If we allowed that, they said, those worthless Israelites would make swords and spears.
Whenever the Israelites wanted to get an iron point put on a cattle prod, they had to go to the Philistines. Even if they wanted to sharpen plow blades, picks, axes, sickles, and pitchforks, they still had to go to them. And the Philistines charged high prices. So whenever the Israelite soldiers had to go into battle, none of them had a sword or a spear except Saul and his son Jonathan.
Hey, look at all those advancements coming up in the top.
14.
Look at all these new... Oh, yeah, I got a whole bunch of new shit.
Their camp to the pass at Michmash. David was in Gibeah with his 600 men. Saul's own tent was set up under a fruit tree by the threshing place at the edge of town. Ahijah was serving as priest, and one of his jobs was to get answers from the Lord for Saul. Ahijah's father was Ahitub, and his father's brother was Ichabod. Ahijah's grandfather was Phinehas, and his great-grandfather Eli had been the Lord's priest at Shiloh. One day, Jonathan told the soldier who carried his weapons that he wanted to attack the Philistine camp on the other side of the valley. So they slipped out of the Israelite camp without anyone knowing it. Jonathan didn't even tell his father he was leaving. Jonathan decided to get to the Philistine camp by going through the pass that led between Shiny Cliff and Michmash to the north, and Thornbush Cliff and Gibeah to the south. Jonathan and the soldier who carried his weapons talked as they went toward the Philistine camp.
It's just the two of us against all those godless men,
Jonathan said.
But the Lord can help a few soldiers win a battle just as easily as he can help a whole army. Maybe the Lord will help us win this battle.
Do whatever you want.
The soldier answered.
I'll be right there with you.
This is what we'll do.
Jonathan said.
We'll go across and let them see us. If they agree to come down the hill and fight where we are, then we won't climb up to their camp. But we will go if they tell us to come up the hill and fight. That will mean the Lord is going to help us win.
Jonathan and the soldier stood at the bottom of the hill, where the Philistines could see them. The Philistines said,
Look, those worthless Israelites have crawled out of the holes where they've been hiding.
Then they yelled down to Jonathan and the soldier,
Come up here, and we will teach you a thing or two.
Jonathan turned to the soldier and said,
Follow me. The Lord is going to let us win.
Jonathan crawled up the hillside with the soldier right behind him. When they got to the top, Jonathan killed the Philistines who attacked from the front, and the soldier killed those who attacked from behind. Before they had gone 100 feet, they had killed about 20 Philistines. The whole Philistine army panicked. Those in camp, those on guard duty, those in the fields, and those on raiding patrols. All of them were afraid and confused. God sent an earthquake, and the ground began to tremble. Saul's lookouts at Gibeah saw that the Philistine army was running in every direction like melted wax. Saul told his officers,
Call the roll and find out who left our camp.
When they had finished, they found out that Jonathan and the soldier who carried his weapons were missing. At that time, Ahijah was serving as priest for the army of Israel, and Saul told him,
Come over here. Let's ask God what we should do.
Just as Saul finished saying this, he could see that the Philistine army camp was getting more and more confused, and he said,
Ahijah, never mind.
Saul quickly called his army together, then led them to the Philistine camp. By this time, the Philistines were so confused they were killing each other. There were also some hired soldiers in the Philistine camp, who now switched to Israel's side and fought for Saul and Jonathan. Many Israelites had been hiding in the hill country of Ephraim, and when they heard that the Philistines were running away, they came out of hiding and joined in chasing the Philistines. So the Lord helped Israel win the battle that day. Saul had earlier told his soldiers,
I want to get even with those Philistines by sunset.
That's saying
If any of you
Philistines
eat
like
before
that.
then,
Yeah.
you will be under a curse.
Philistines, right?
so he made them swear not to eat. By the time the fighting moved past Beth-Aven, the Israelite troops were weak from hunger. The army and the people who lived nearby had gone into a forest, and they came to a place where honey was dripping on the ground. But no one ate any of it
No
because they were
Max.
afraid of being put under the curse.
Hi, no Max.
Jonathan did not know about Saul's warning to the soldiers.
Hi.
So he dipped the end of his walking stick in the honey and ate some with his fingers. He felt stronger and more alert. Then a soldier told him,
Exactly,
Your
right?
father swore that
Philistine.
anyone who ate food today would be put under a curse, and we agreed not to eat. That's why we're so
No
weak.
Max Minecraft.
Jonathan said,
My father has caused you a lot
My
of trouble.
Arabic friend No
Look at
Max
me. I had
Minecraft.
only a little of this honey, but already I feel strong and alert. I wish you'd eaten some of the food the Philistines left behind. We would have been able to kill a lot more of them.
By evening, the Israelite army was exhausted from killing Philistines all the way from Michmash.
Yeah, I've noticed that, but now that you said it,
They
I'm
grabbed
really
the food
noticing
they had
it.
captured from the Philistines and started eating. They even killed sheep and cows and calves right on the ground and ate the meat without draining the blood. Someone told Saul,
Hi.
The army is disobeying the Lord by eating meat before the blood drains out.
No
You're right,
Max.
Saul
Hi,
answered.
buddy.
They are being unfaithful to the Lord. Hurry! Roll a big rock over here. Then tell everyone in camp to bring their cattle and lambs to me. They can kill the animals on this rock. Then eat the meat. That way no one will disobey the Lord by eating meat with blood still in it.
That
Give me a
night, the
second.
soldiers
I'm
brought
turning
their
my
cattle
phone on so
over
I
to
can
the big
comment.
rock and killed them there.
I'll turn my
It was the first
third
altar
phone
Saul
on.
had built for offering sacrifices to the Lord. Saul said,
Let's attack the Philistines again while it's still dark. We can fight them all night. Let's kill them and take everything they own.
At the Palestine
The people
flag?
answered,
I don't
We will
know.
do whatever you want.
Wait.
Ahijah the priest said.
They all
ask God what
sound
we should
like
do.
they use Twitter. Facts.
Saul asked God.
Facts,
Should I
homie.
attack the Philistines? Will you help us win?
This time God did not answer. Saul called his army officers together and said,
We have to find out what sin has kept God from answering. I swear by the living Lord that whoever sinned must die, even if it turns out to be my own son Jonathan.
Gonna be your own son.
No one said a word. Saul told his
Everyone's
army,
like,
You
awkward.
stand on that side of the priest, and Jonathan and I will stand on the other side.
Everyone agreed. Then Saul prayed.
Our Lord, God of Israel, why haven't you answered me today? Please show us who sinned. Was it my son Jonathan and I, or was it your people Israel?
The answer came back that Jonathan or Saul had
Right.
sinned, not the army.
Legit, though.
Saul told Ahijah.
They're like, they're
Now
all
ask the Lord to
silent.
decide between Jonathan and me.
The answer came back that Jonathan had sinned.
Jonathan,
Saul exclaimed,
tell me what you did.
I dipped the end of my walking stick in some honey and ate a little. Now you say I have to die?
Yes, Jonathan. I swear to God that you must die.
No!
The soldiers shouted.
God help Jonathan win the battle for us. We won't.
How are they their promised land? They were looking for more than one land, of which, I'm gonna butcher that, but, Argentina, I think, was one of the choices. How is it a promised land? And it was more than a chosen, and it was more than a chosen land? Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not 100% sure what you mean there, but probably? Yeah. I don't know, but yeah. Shoot. Oh. Hold up, I got something. This guy's gonna be spinning it better than me, so let me try to pull him up real quick, see if I can't. I have to switch from random memes. Yeah, fun fact, YouTube tried to delete my YouTube channel called Random Memes because I was posting too many Trump memes and memes that were bashing on Biden, and they didn't like it, so they tried to censor me. But
things that we've been seeing on our screens from Hamas are atrocities, obviously. But the media has said that these atrocities, they're really missing context. The context that they are providing, well, that context is a bunch of lies. There are 4 myths generally propagated by the left around the history of Israel and the Palestinians. These myths matter because they lead people into a peculiar moral relativism whereby attempted murder or successful murder of Jews is excused, and meanwhile, the evil human rights violations of the Palestinians are minimized. Myth number 1. Israel is historically Muslim territory. This is a pure and absolute lie. Israel is historically Jewish territory. According to the Bible and certain interpretations of contemporaneous archaeology, Joshua entered the land of Israel in 1400 BC. The Kingdom of David was founded around 1000 BC. The first Temple of Solomon was built in approximately 957 BC. The second temple was built in approximately 515 BC. The Hasmonean dynasty was founded in 166 BC. Jerusalem was destroyed in 70 BC, and the Jews exiled from Israel in 136 CE after the defeat of the Bar Kokhba revolt. The Romans, in an attempt to shame the Jews, renamed the area Palestine as an insult after the Jews' historic enemy, the Philistines. Even during the exile, there was continuous Jewish presence in the land.
Yes,
Islam, which is the religion of the Palestinian Arabs, was not even founded until the 7th century CE or AD. No
So did you catch that part? I'm going to rewind it just 10-ish seconds or 5, but...
presence in the land. Islam, which is the religion of the Palestinian Arabs, was not even founded until the 7th century CE or AD.
So basically, Israel ended up having that or that area for almost 1,700 years or 1,700 years before, Islam even became a thing, if that makes sense. But yeah, so if anyone's saying that they don't own the land, that's a myth, basically,
right there. No independent
Arab
state has ever existed
or that they didn't
in the area
own the
known
land.
as Palestine. Myth number 2: Israel is the cause of the failure of land partition in the Middle East. This is, again, a pure lie. In 1917, the British promised the Jews the entire area of Palestine. At the time, Israel and Transjordan, which is today's Jordan. In 1920, the Arabs began pogroms, a mass murder of Jews, in Jerusalem, as a sign of anger at the British mandate in Palestine. In 1922, the British government, in response, announced in a white paper that the Transjordan area, 70% of Palestine, would be sliced off and made an Arab state. That would become Jordan. In 1937, the Peel Commission recommended a rump state for the Jews, in which the British would retain control over Jaffa and Jerusalem. The Arabs would get the entire Negev and nearly the entirety of Judea and Samaria, and the Jews would get a tiny swath of territory along the coast, including Tel Aviv and Haifa. In 1939, the British, in response again to Arab pressure, restricted Jewish immigration to Palestine just as the Nazis began World War II and just before the Holocaust. Nonetheless, the Jews sided with the Brits, the Arabs sided with Hitler. In 1948, the British mandate ended and Israel declared its independence.
David Ben-Gurion read the Proclamation of Independence to 13 other members of the Israel Provisional National Council.
Can't even comprehend what I'm hearing right now, falling asleep, not gonna lie. I'm sorry, yeah, this isn't the Bible, this is just some stuff about Gaza and Israel, basically. But, yeah, if you want, I can change it back to the Bible. No, Max, you still here, though? I like hearing it. Okay.
In 1964, with the Arabs still in full control of the Gaza Strip and West Bank, the Palestine Liberation Organization was founded, calling for the destruction of Israel. Here is a contemporaneous British report on the first chairman of the Palestine Liberation Organization.
One of the most extreme anti-Israeli politicians in the Arab world, Ahmed El-Shukeri, the leader of the Palestine Liberation Organization. As the spokesman for 1 million Palestine refugees, he's fanned the flames of hatred for Israel with unflagging energy.
In 1967, the Arab League announced the 3 no's: no peace, no recognition, no negotiations. With all of Israel's enemies mobilizing against it, Israel launched a preemptive strike on the Egyptian Air Force, inaugurating the 1967 Six-Day War. This ended with Israel gaining miraculously the Sinai Desert, the Golan Heights, the Gaza Strip, Judea and Samaria, now known as the West Bank, as well as the entirety of Jerusalem. In 1973, the Arabs launched all-out war again, this time on Yom Kippur. Israel survived and gained territory. In 1979, Israel gave the Sinai back to Egypt in return for peace. In 1993, Israel agreed to the Oslo Accords, which promised a step-by-step process to establish a Palestinian state. The things that we've been seeing on our...
But yeah, then it restarted, so I'll turn the Bible back on now, but because that's the end of that one, but...
Don't let you kill him.
I swear to God that you must die.
No!
The soldiers shouted.
God help Jonathan win the battle for us. We won't let you kill him. We swear to the Lord that we won't let you kill him or even lay a hand on him.
So the army kept Saul from killing Jonathan. Saul stopped hunting down the Philistines, and they went home. When Saul became king, the Moabites, the Ammonites, the Edomites, the kings of Zobah, the Philistines, and the Amalekites had all been robbing the Israelites. Saul fought back against these enemies and stopped them from robbing Israel. He was a brave commander and always won his battles. Saul's wife was Ahinoam, the daughter of Ahimaaz. They had 3 sons, Jonathan, Ishvi, and Malchishua. They also had 2 daughters. The older one was Merab, and the younger one was Michal. Abner, Saul's cousin, was the commander of the army. Saul's father Kish and Abner's father Ner were sons of Abiel. Saul was at war with the Philistines for as long as he lived. Whenever he found a good warrior or a brave man, Saul made him join his army. 1 Samuel chapter 15. One day Samuel told Saul,
The Lord had me choose you to be king of his people Israel. Now listen to this message from the Lord. When the Israelites were on their way out of Egypt, the nation of Amalek attacked them. I am the Lord all-powerful, and now I am going to make Amalek pay. Go and attack the Amalekites. Destroy them and all their possessions. Don't have any pity. Kill their men, women, children, and even their babies. Slaughter their cattle, sheep, camels, and donkeys.
Saul sent messengers who told every town and village to send men to join the army at Telaim. There were 210,000 troops in all, and 10,000 of these were from Judah. Saul organized them, then led them to a valley near one of the towns in Amalek, where they got ready to make a surprise attack. Some Kenites lived nearby, and Saul told them,
Your people were kind to our nation when we left Egypt, and I don't want you to get killed when I wipe out the Amalekites. Leave here and stay away from them.
The Kenites left, and Saul attacked the Amalekites from Havilah to Shur, which is just east of Egypt. Every Amalekite was killed, except King Agag. Saul and his army let Agag live, and they also spared the best sheep and cattle. They didn't want to destroy anything of value, so they only killed the animals that were worthless or weak. The Lord told Samuel,
Saul has stopped obeying me, and I'm sorry that I made him king.
Samuel was angry, and he cried out in prayer to the Lord all night. Early the next morning he went to talk with Saul. Someone told him,
Saul went to Carmel, where he had a monument built, so everyone would remember his victory. Then he left for Gilgal.
Samuel finally caught up with Saul, and Saul told him,
I hope the Lord will bless you.
Bad idea.
I have done what the
Facts.
Lord told me.
Then why?
Samuel asked,
I mean, for the other one that he did, basically, if I'm correct, Samuel's like, hey, I'll be there in like 7 days or whatever, and Samuel wasn't there, so Saul ended up like burning a sacrifice to God, and Samuel's like, shouldn't have done that. For that, not gonna lie, I might have done that too, you know, personally. It's like, bro, you said you'd be here, you weren't here. I thought God would have you here, you weren't, so just did a little fire, you know. I was doing it for God. But for the second one here, it's like, yeah, you know, God told you to get rid of all the animals, and you're like, oh, well, we'll have to kill them anyway. Let's just bring you a sacrifice. It was like, no, God says kill them, you kill them, you know. Like, you had a message there, you were told what to do, you should do it. No, not you know, not just not do it because, oh, we'll kill them later. It's like, nah.
I hear sheep and cattle.
Saul told him,
I hope the Lord will bless you. I have done what the Lord told me.
Then why?
Samuel asked,
Do I hear sheep and cattle?
Sounds kind
The
of
army
like
took
bro.
them from the Amalekites.
Yeah,
Saul
me.
explained.
They kept the best sheep and cattle so they could sacrifice them to the Lord your God. But we destroyed everything else.
Stop.
Samuel said,
Let me tell you what the Lord told me last night.
All right.
Saul answered. Samuel continued,
You may not think you're very important, but the Lord chose you to be king, and you are in charge of the tribes of Israel. When the Lord sent you on this mission, he told you to wipe out those worthless Amalekites. Why didn't you listen to the Lord? Why did you keep the animals and make him angry?
But I did listen to the Lord.
Saul answered.
He sent me on a mission and I went. I captured King Agag and destroyed his nation. All the animals were going to be destroyed anyway. That's why the army brought the best sheep and cattle to Gilgal as sacrifices to the Lord your God.
Tell me,
Samuel said,
does the Lord really want sacrifices and offerings? No, he doesn't want your sacrifices. He wants you to obey him. Rebelling against God or disobeying him because you are proud is just as bad as worshiping idols or asking them for advice. You refuse to do what God told you, so God has decided that you can't be king.
I have sinned,
Saul admitted.
I disobeyed both you and the Lord. I was afraid of the army, and I listened to them instead. Please forgive me, and come back with me so I can worship the Lord.
No,
Samuel replied.
you disobeyed the Lord, and I won't go back with you. Now the Lord has said that you can't be king of Israel any longer.
As Samuel turned to go, Saul grabbed the edge of Samuel's robe. It tore. Samuel said,
The Lord has torn the king of Israel away from you today, and he will give it to someone who is better than you. Besides, the eternal God of Israel isn't a human being. He doesn't tell lies or change his mind.
Saul said,
I did sin, but please honor me in front of the leaders of the army and the people of Israel. Come back with me so I can worship the Lord your God.
Samuel followed Saul back, and Saul worshipped the Lord. Then Samuel shouted,
Bring me King Agag of Amalek.
Agag came in chains, and he was saying to himself,
Surely they won't kill me now.
but Samuel said,
Agag, you have snatched children from their mother's arms and killed them. Now your mother will be without children.
Then Samuel chopped Agag to pieces at the place of worship in Gilgal. Samuel went home to Ramah, and Saul returned to his home in Gibeah. Even though Samuel felt sad about Saul, Samuel never saw him again. 1 Samuel chapter 16. The Lord was sorry he had made Saul the king of Israel. One day he said,
Samuel, I've rejected Saul, and I refuse to let him be king any longer. Stop feeling sad about him. Put some olive oil in a small container and go and visit a man named Jesse, who lives in Bethlehem. I've chosen one of his sons to be my king.
Samuel answered,
If I do that, Saul will find out and have me killed.
Take a calf with you.
The Lord replied,
Tell everyone that you've come to offer it as a sacrifice to me, then invite Jesse to the sacrifice. When I show you which one of his sons I have chosen, pour the olive oil on his head.
Samuel did what the Lord told him and went to Bethlehem. The town leaders went to meet him, but they were terribly afraid and asked,
Is this a friendly visit?
Yes, it is.
Samuel answered,
I've come to offer a sacrifice
Man,
to the
even God
Lord.
regrets his
Get
decision.
yourselves ready to take part in the
Right.
sacrifice and come with me.
So, I've heard different things about that or whatever, like, oh, people are also like, well, how does God, know everything if he regrets stuff or if he changes his mind or something? And it's kind of like, my personal opinion, you can know everything, but it still has to go down, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, God can know that's going to happen already. God can know these humans are going to have their free will and they're not going to listen to him, even though he made them king or whatever. So he can know he's going to regret it in the future, but he can also, do it because, the nation wanted the king. He said he'll give him a king or whatever, so if that makes sense, Basically, just like, just because you're omnipotent or just because you know everything in the world, that's not your fault. Does that make sense? But yeah, at least that's what I've heard before. As like a reason. There's probably another one too that but I'm not recalling off the top of my head, but yeah.
also invited Jesse and his sons to come to the
Right.
sacrifice,
Yes, sir.
and he got them ready to take part. When Jesse and his sons arrived, Samuel noticed Jesse's oldest son, Eliab.
He has to be the one the Lord has chosen.
Samuel said to himself, but the Lord told him,
Samuel, don't think Eliab is the one just because he's tall and handsome. He isn't the one I've chosen. People judge others by what they look like, but I judge people by what is in their hearts.
Jesse told his son Abinadab to go over to Samuel, but Samuel said,
No, the Lord hasn't chosen him.
Next, Jesse sent his son Shammah to him, and Samuel said,
The Lord hasn't chosen him either.
Jesse had all 7 of his sons go over to Samuel. Finally, Samuel said,
Jesse, the Lord hasn't chosen any of these young men. Do you have any more sons?
Yes,
Jesse answered.
my youngest son David is out taking care of the
That's
sheep.
funny. Yes, sir.
Send for him.
Samuel
Maybe.
said,
We won't start the ceremony until he gets here.
Jesse sent for David. He was a healthy, good-looking boy with a sparkle in his eyes. As soon as David came, the Lord told Samuel.
He's the one. Get up and pour the olive oil on his head.
Samuel poured the oil on David's head while his brothers watched. At that moment, the Spirit of the Lord took control of David and stayed with him from then on. Samuel returned home to Ramah. The Spirit of the Lord had left Saul, and an evil spirit from the Lord was terrifying him.
It's an evil spirit from God that's frightening you.
Saul's officials told him,
Your Majesty, let us go and look for someone who is good at playing the harp. He can play for you whenever the evil spirit from God bothers you, and you'll feel better.
All right.
Saul answered.
Find me someone who is good at playing the harp and bring him here.
A man named Jesse who lives in Bethlehem has a son who can play the harp.
One official said.
He's a brave warrior, he's good looking, he can speak well, and the Lord is with him.
Saul sent a message to Jesse.
Tell your son David to leave your sheep and come here to me.
Jesse loaded a donkey with bread and a goatskin full of wine. Then he told David to take the donkey and a young goat to Saul. David went to Saul and started working for him. Saul liked him so much that he put David in charge of carrying his weapons. Not long after this, Saul sent another message to Jesse.
I really like David. Please let him stay with me.
Whenever the evil spirit from God bothered Saul, David would play his harp. Saul would relax and feel better, and the evil spirit would go away. 1 Samuel chapter 17. The Philistines got ready for war and brought their troops together to attack the town of Soko in Judah. They set up camp at Ephes-Dammim between Soko and Azekah. King Saul and the Israelite army set up camp.
Or evil spirit from God. What? Never thought I'd hear those two words used together in a sentence like that, right? Well, that's what his Saul's advisors were telling him, is that, oh, it must be an evil spirit from God or something like that. But yeah, clearly we know that God don't put evil spirits or evil spirits on people. I mean, granted, you have cases where God allows evil spirits that are trying to go after people to do things, but it's not like he's going to send evil spirits after you, if you know what I mean. It's like, nah, that's not how God works.
On a hill overlooking Elah Valley in Judah. They set up camp at Ephes-Dammim between Soko and Azekah. King Saul and the Israelite army set up camp on a hill overlooking Elah Valley, and they got ready to fight the Philistine army that was on a hill on the other side of the valley. The Philistine army had a hero named Goliath, who was from the town of Gath, and was over 9 feet tall. He wore a bronze helmet and had bronze armor to protect his chest and legs.
Yeah, the advisors
chest armor alone
weren't
weighed
thinking
about
or something.
125 pounds. He carried a bronze sword strapped on his back, and his spear was so big that the iron spearhead alone weighed more than 15 pounds. A soldier always walked in front of Goliath to carry his shield. Goliath went out and shouted to the army of Israel,
Why are you lining up for battle? I'm the best soldier in our army, and all of you are in Saul's army. Choose your best soldier to come out and fight me. If he can kill me, our people will be your slaves. But if I kill him, your people will be our slaves. Here and now, I challenge Israel's whole army. Choose someone to fight me.
Saul and his men heard what Goliath said, but they were so frightened of Goliath that they couldn't do a thing. David's father Jesse was an old man who belonged to the Ephrathah clan and lived in Bethlehem in Judah. Jesse had 8 sons. The oldest was Eliab, the next was Abinadab, and Shammah was the third. The 3 of them had gone off to fight in Saul's army. David was Jesse's youngest son. He took care of his father's sheep and went back and forth between Bethlehem and Saul's camp. Goliath came out and gave his challenge every morning and every evening for 40 days. One day, Jesse told David,
Hurry and take this sack of roasted grain and these 10 loaves of bread to your brothers at the army camp. And here are 10 large chunks of cheese to take to their commanding officer. Find out how your brothers are doing and bring back something that shows that they're all right. They're with Saul's army, fighting the Philistines in Elah Valley.
David obeyed his father. He got up early the next morning and left someone else in charge of the sheep. Then he loaded the supplies and started off. He reached the army camp just as the soldiers were taking their places and shouting the battle cry. The army of Israel and the Philistine army stood there facing each other. David left his things with the man in charge of supplies and ran up to the battle line to ask his brothers if they were well. While David was talking with them, Goliath came out from the line of Philistines and started boasting as usual. David heard him. When the Israelite soldiers saw Goliath, they were scared and ran off. They said to each other,
Look how he keeps coming up to insult us. The king is offering a big reward to the man who kills Goliath. That man will even get to marry the king's daughter. And no one in his family will ever have to pay taxes again.
David asked some soldiers standing nearby,
What will a man get for killing this Philistine and stopping him from insulting our people? Who does that worthless Philistine think he is? He's making fun of the army of the living God.
The soldiers told David what the king would give the man who killed Goliath. David's oldest brother, Eliab, heard him talking with the soldiers. Eliab was angry at him and said,
What are you doing here anyway? Who's taking care of that little flock of sheep out in the desert? You spoiled brat. You came here just to watch the fighting, didn't you?
Now what have I done?
David answered.
Can't I even ask a question?
Then he turned and asked another soldier the same thing he had asked the others, and he got the same answer. Some soldiers overheard David talking, so they told Saul what David had said. Saul sent for David, and David came.
Your Majesty,
he said,
this Philistine shouldn't turn us into cowards. I'll go out and fight him myself.
You don't have a chance against him, Saul replied.
You're only a boy, and he's been a soldier all his life.
But David told him,
Your Majesty, I take care of my father's sheep, and when one of them is dragged off by a lion or a bear, I go after it and beat the wild animal until it lets the sheep go. If the wild animal turns and attacks me, I grab it by the throat and kill it. Sir, I have killed lions and bears that way, and I can kill this worthless Philistine. He shouldn't have made fun of the army of the living God. The Lord has rescued me from the claws of lions and bears, and he will keep me safe from the hands of this Philistine.
All right, Saul answered. Go ahead and fight him, and I hope the Lord will help you. Saul had his own military clothes and armor put on David, and he gave David a bronze helmet to wear. David strapped on a sword and tried to walk around, but he was not used to wearing those things.
I can't move with all this stuff on,
David said.
I'm just not used to it.
David took off the armor and picked up his shepherd's stick. He went out to a stream and picked up 5 smooth rocks and put them in his leather bag. Then, with his sling in his hand, he went straight toward Goliath. Goliath came toward David, walking behind the soldier who was carrying his shield. When Goliath saw that David was just a healthy, good-looking boy, he made fun of him.
Do you think I'm a dog?
Goliath asked.
Is that why you've come after me with a stick?
He cursed David in the name of the Philistine gods and shouted,
Come on! When I'm finished with you, I'll feed you to the birds and wild animals.
David answered,
You've come out to fight me with a sword and a spear and a dagger, but I've come out to fight you in the name of the Lord all-powerful. He is the God of Israel's army, and you have insulted him too. Today the Lord will help me defeat you. I'll knock you down and cut off your head, and I'll feed the bodies of the other Philistine soldiers to the birds and wild animals. Then the whole world will know that Israel has a real God. Everybody here will see that the Lord doesn't need swords or spears to save his people. The Lord always wins his battles, and he will help us defeat you.
When Goliath started forward, David ran toward him. He put a rock in his sling and swung the sling around by its straps. When he let go of one strap, the rock flew out and hit Goliath in the forehead. It cracked his skull, and he fell face down on the ground. David defeated Goliath with a sling and a rock. He killed him without even using a sword. David ran over and pulled out Goliath's sword. Then he used it to cut off Goliath's head. When the Philistines saw what had happened to their hero, they started running away. But the soldiers of Israel and Judah let out a battle cry and went after them as far as Gath and Ekron. The bodies of the Philistines were
top tier voice acting, right? I feel that. This one's supposed to be a, in-depth one, make you really feel like you're in it,
Goliath's head to Jerusalem, but he kept Goliath's weapons in his own tent. After King Saul had watched David go out to fight Goliath, Saul turned to the commander of his army and said,
Abner, who is that young man?
Your Majesty,
Abner answered,
I swear by your life that I don't know.
Then find out, Saul told him. When David came back from fighting Goliath, he was still carrying Goliath's head.
Me, though.
Took David to Saul, and Saul asked,
Ooh, pizza trophy. What?
I am David, the son of Jesse, a loyal Israelite from Bethlehem.
1 Samuel, chapter 18. David and Saul finished talking, and soon David and Jonathan became best friends. Jonathan thought as much of David as he did of himself. From that time on, Saul kept David in his service and would not let David go back to his own family. Jonathan liked David so much that they promised to always be loyal friends. Jonathan took off the robe that he was wearing and gave it to David. He also gave him his military clothes, his sword, his bow and arrows, and his belt. David was a success in everything that Saul sent him to do, and Saul made him a high officer in his army. That pleased everyone, including Saul's other officers. David had killed Goliath, the battle was over, and the Israelite army set out for home. As the army went along, women came out of each Israelite town to welcome King Saul. They were singing happy songs and dancing to the music of tambourines and harps. They sang,
Saul has killed 1,000 enemies. David has killed 10,000 enemies.
This song made Saul very angry, and he thought,
They are saying that David has killed 10 times more enemies than I ever did.
I'm gonna make a video game out of this, dude. King David is a great story. Heck yeah. Legit though, bro.
The Lord let an evil spirit take control of Saul, and he began acting like a crazy man inside his house.
David had more patience than I would have. Not gonna lie, too.
But this time, Saul had a spear in his hand. Saul thought,
I'll pin David to the wall.
He threw the spear at David twice, but David dodged and got away both times. Saul was afraid of David because the Lord was helping David and was no longer helping him. Saul put David in charge of 1,000 soldiers and sent him out to fight. The Lord helped David, and he and his soldiers always won their battles. This made Saul even more afraid of David. But everyone else in Judah and Israel was loyal to David because he led the army in battle. One day, Saul told David,
If you'll be brave and fight the Lord's battles for me, I'll let you marry my oldest daughter, Merab.
but Saul was really thinking,
I don't want to kill David myself, so I'll let the Philistines do it for me.
David answered,
Same,
How
right?
could I possibly marry your daughter? I'm not very important, and neither is my family.
But when the time came for David to marry Saul's daughter Merab, Saul told her to marry Adriel from the town of Meholah. Saul had another daughter. Her name was Michal, and Saul found out that she was in love with David. This made Saul happy, and he thought,
I'll tell David he can marry Michal, but I'll set it up so that the Philistines will kill him.
He told David,
I'm going to give you a second chance to marry one of my daughters.
Saul ordered his officials to speak to David in private, so they went to David and said,
Look, the king likes you, and all of his officials are loyal to you. Why not ask the king if you can marry his daughter Michal?
I'm not rich or famous enough to marry Princess Michal.
David answered. The officials went back to Saul and told him exactly what David had said. Saul was hoping that the Philistines would kill
Michael
David,
sounds like a
and he
guy
told his
name.
officials to tell David.
The king doesn't want any silver or gold. He only wants to get even with his enemies. All you have to do is to bring back proof that you have killed 100 Philistines.
The officials told David, and David wanted to marry the princess. King Saul had set a time limit, and before it ran out, David and his men left and killed 200 Philistines.
Like, that should be enough.
Proof and showed it to Saul so he could marry Michal. Saul agreed to let David marry Michal. Saul knew that she loved David, and he also realized that the Lord was helping David. But knowing those things made Saul even more afraid of David, and he was David's enemy for the rest of his life. The Philistine rulers kept coming to fight Israel, but whenever David fought them, he won. He was famous because he won more battles against the Philistines than any of Saul's other officers.
You know, thinking of that,
1 Samuel.
like, if you think of that, Saul probably tried to kill him multiple times. But, like, by sending him off into battles and shit. And that's probably one of the reasons he became famous, because God's like, really, bro? Like, it's not going to happen if I don't want it to, so watch this. Bloop! And, like, literally, then David's, like, winning this battle or winning that, or, basically killing all these people left and right. And then all the people are like, bro, look at this guy. He's like, he's killing so many people. And then Saul's like, dang it, my plan's not working. It's like, no, we're working against yourself there, buddy. Like, calm down.
Chapter 19. One day, Saul told his son Jonathan and his officers to kill David. But Jonathan liked David a lot, and he warned David,
My father is trying to have you killed, so be very careful.
He's pathetic, right? He do be a little bit of a beach sometimes.
And if I find out anything, I'll let you know.
The next morning, Jonathan reminded Saul about the many good things David had done for him. Then he said,
Why do you want to kill David? He hasn't done anything to you. He has served in your army and has always done what's best for you. He even risked his life to kill Goliath. The Lord helped Israel win a great victory that day, and it made you happy.
Saul agreed and promised,
I swear by the living Lord that I won't have David killed.
Liar!
Jonathan called to David and told him what Saul had said. Then he brought David to Saul, and David served in Saul's army just as he had done before. The next time there was a war with the Philistines, David fought hard and forced them to retreat. One night, David was in Saul's home, playing the harp for him. Saul was sitting there holding a spear when an evil spirit from the Lord took control of him. Saul tried to pin David to the wall with the spear, but
I need to double check that, because at the beginning I could have swore they just said an evil spirit, or the advisor said it's an evil spirit from the Lord. But now it's saying here, an evil spirit from the Lord. So it's like, I don't know. Is that like the evil spirit came the first time and God's allowing it to now? Or like, basically, because I'm pretty sure that, like I said, God's not going to send an evil spirit at somebody. You know what I mean? At least not in my opinion, unless, I don't even know. Unless you really are, whatever. But even then, don't think he's going to send it, It's just going to be, just going to be something that attacks you because God's not there with you anymore, if you know what I mean. But yeah, I'll have to look into that more. It's in 1 Samuel, somewhere right there.
David dodged and it stuck in the wall. David ran out of the house and escaped. Saul sent guards to watch David's house all night and then to kill him in the morning. Michal, David's wife, told him,
If you don't escape tonight, they'll kill you tomorrow.
She helped David go through a window and climb down to the ground. As David ran off, Michal put a statue in his bed. She put goat hair on his head.
Right, doesn't sound right. Definitely gonna look into it.
The next morning,
yeah, I feel
Saul
that.
sent guards to arrest David, but Michal told them,
David is sick.
Yeah, this one too, it's not the best translation, if you will, in the world. I mean, it's good to understand what's happening or whatever, but it's not the best translation that at least to my knowledge. Like, and there was some times where it was talking about the angels made the made the Ten Commandments, and other times where it's saying God made the Ten Commandments. And don't get me wrong, maybe that was correct or whatever, but I was looking into it and stuff, and it's like, yeah, so basically people say that God and the angels in heaven, basically made the Ten Commandments or whatever, and that's why it can go back and forth between God made the Ten Commandments or the angels made the Ten Commandments. But yeah, I just noticed that when I was listening to like the New Testament part, because I was like, wait a minute, it sounds like a contradiction or something here, but I was gonna say it's just in this translation or whatever. Like, don't get me wrong, I love the Bible, but if I find a contradiction, I'm definitely gonna call it out or whatever. And like, I think there's already quote unquote one, if you will, but it's not even a real contradiction. It's basically people are like, I think it's in 1 Kings or 2 Kings, don't quote me exactly, but somebody's talking about age or whatever, and I think some people are like, basically the age got translated wrong when people were writing it or something like that. And so some people wrote like 40 or whatever. I think some wrote 14 or something like that. I don't remember 100%, but yeah, there was something like that. People are like, oh, look, it's like, they're like, the Bible's wrong, see? Aha! And it's like, no. Those numbers look identical, so somebody probably looked at that number and miswrote it one time, and then people copied that miswrote number, so yeah. You're wrong, calm down, everything else is 100% factual, you know what I mean? I mean, basically, it's like, 98+% translation accuracy through all the versions that we have, and over 25,000 pieces of ancient literature that can be used to put the New Testament together many times over again. It is literally the most preserved, or most well-preserved piece of literature that we have in human history. So, yeah, anybody who's trying to go against it's like, bro, you're insane, but yeah. You should. It's not the Bible itself. It's the people who translated it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, so, like, that's honestly why I still listen to this one. Like, I don't know. It's 99% good or whatever, but there is some stuff here where it's just, like, here and there that you'll catch, and it's like, huh? It's like, are you, did you really whatever? Or like, I don't know. It almost makes you feel like they took a translation of a translation or whatever, and to write this, what do you call it? Or to read this audio off or whatever, instead of like going from the Greek and Hebrew and then translating that to English, if that makes sense. But I guess a lot of Bibles probably do that too, but yeah, or a lot of people probably do that. I don't know 100%, but oh well. It definitely gets the point across, and if there's something that you don't know, you can always research or look into it like I do. I don't know. That's how I find out something, like, for instance, like I was just saying, the Bible, but the angels and the God thing making the Ten Commandments. I couldn't figure out, why I was saying that or whatever, at least, not from just rattling off the top of my head things. So it's like, yeah, I'm going to Google it, see what comes up or whatever. And they're like, yeah, so people debate on if God did it or angels, and I think there's different verses that say the angels and that God, or angels of God did or something like that. So yeah, basically they're like, yeah, people use it interchangeably between God did sometimes, or God made the Ten Commandments, or the angels made the Ten Commandments, or both or whatever. So yeah, that was just something, yeah. But I'll get the Bible going back again real quick.
Saul sent the guards back and told them,
Get David out of his bed and bring him to me so I can have him killed.
When the guards went in, all they found in the bed was the statue with the goat hair on its head.
Why have you tricked me this way?
Saul asked Michal.
You helped my enemy get away.
She answered,
He said he would kill me if I didn't help him escape.
Meanwhile, David went to Samuel at Ramah and told him what Saul had done. Then Samuel and
David
you know
what? I'm gonna grab some freaking Cheetos.
Someone told Saul,
David is at Prophet's village in Ramah.
Because I'm a fatty.
Saul sent a few soldiers to bring David back. They went to Ramah and found Samuel in charge of a group of prophets who were all prophesying. Then the Spirit of God took control of the soldiers, and they started prophesying too. When Saul heard what had happened, he sent another group of soldiers, but they prophesied the same way. He sent a third group of soldiers, but the same thing happened to them. Finally, Saul left for Ramah himself. He went as far as the deep pit at the town of Seku, and he asked,
Where are Samuel and David?
At Prophet's village in Ramah.
The people answered. Saul left for Ramah, but as he walked along,
the
Spirit of God took control of him, and he started prophesying. Then, when he reached Prophet's village, he stripped off his clothes and prophesied in front of Samuel. He dropped to the ground and lay there naked all day and night. That's how the saying started,
Is Saul now prophet?
1 Samuel, chapter 20.
I don't know where those guys are spawning. Alright, don't throw up like I did. Yes, sir, I'll try not to.
Why does your father Saul want to kill me? What have I done wrong?
My father can't be trying to kill you. He never does anything without telling me about it. Why would he hide this from me? It can't be true.
Jonathan, I swear it's true. But your father knows how much you like me, and he didn't want to break your heart. That's why he didn't tell you. I swear by the living Lord and by your own life that I am only one step ahead of death.
Then Jonathan said,
Tell me what to do, and I'll do it.
David answered,
Tomorrow is the new moon festival, and I'm supposed to eat dinner with your father. But instead, I'll hide in a field until the evening of the next day. If Saul wonders where I am, tell him, David asked me to let him go to his hometown of Bethlehem, so he could take part in a sacrifice his family makes there every year. If your father says it's all right, then I'm safe. But if he gets angry, you'll know he wants to harm me. Be kind to me. After all, it was your idea to promise the Lord that we would always be loyal friends. If I've done anything wrong, kill me yourself, but don't hand me over to your father.
Don't worry,
Jonathan said.
If I find out that my father wants to kill you, I'll certainly let you know.
How will you do that?
David asked.
Let's go out to this field, and I'll tell you.
Jonathan answered. When they got there, Jonathan said,
I swear by the Lord God of Israel that 2 days from now, I'll know what my father is planning. Of course, I'll let you know if he's friendly towards you. But if he wants to harm you, I promise to tell you and help you escape. And I ask the Lord to punish me severely if I don't keep my promise. I pray that the Lord will bless you just as he used to bless my father. Someday the Lord will wipe out all of your enemies. Then if I'm still alive, please be as kind to me as the Lord has been. But if I'm dead, be kind to my family.
Alright, give me one sec.
David made an agreement that even David's descendants would have to keep. Then Jonathan said,
I pray that the Lord will take revenge on your descendants if they break our promise.
Jonathan thought as much of David as he did of himself. So he asked David to promise once more that he would be a loyal friend.
He'll send her a text. Yes. Maybe.
People will wonder where you are because your place will be empty. And by the day after tomorrow, everyone will think you've been gone a long time. Then go to the place where you hid before and stay beside Going Away Rock. I'll shoot 3 arrows at a target off to the side of the rock and send my servant to find the arrows. You'll know if it's safe to come out by what I tell him. If it is safe, I swear by the living Lord that I'll say, the arrows are on this side of you, pick them up. But if it isn't safe, I'll say to the boy, the arrows are further away. This will mean that the Lord wants you to leave and you must go. But he will always watch us to make sure that we keep the promise we made to each other.
So David hid there in the field. During the new moon festival, Saul sat down to eat by the wall just as he always did. Jonathan sat across from him, and Abner sat next to him. But David's place was empty. Saul didn't say anything that day because he was thinking,
Something must have happened to make David unfit to be at the festival. Yes, something must have happened.
The day after the new moon festival, when David's place was still empty, Saul asked Jonathan,
Why hasn't that son of Jesse come to eat with us? He wasn't here yesterday, and he still isn't here today.
Jonathan answered,
The reason David hasn't come to eat with you is that he begged me to let him go to Bethlehem. He said, Please let me go. My family is offering a sacrifice, and my brother told me I have to be there. Do me this favor and let me slip away to see my brothers.
Saul was furious with Jonathan and yelled,
You're no son of mine, you traitor. I know you've chosen to be loyal to that son of Jesse. You should be ashamed of yourself. And your own mother should be ashamed that you were ever born. You'll never be safe, and your kingdom will be in danger as long as that son of Jesse is alive. Turn him over to me now. He deserves to die.
Why do you want to kill David?
Jonathan asked.
What has he done?
Saul threw his spear at Jonathan and tried to kill him. Then Jonathan was sure that his father really did want to kill David. Jonathan was angry that his father had insulted David so terribly. He got up, left the table, and didn't eat anything all that day. In the morning, Jonathan went out to the field to meet David. He took a servant boy along and told him,
When I shoot the arrows, you run and find them for me.
The boy started running, and Jonathan shot an arrow so that it would go beyond him. When the boy got near the place where the arrow had landed, Jonathan shouted,
Isn't the arrow on past you?
Jonathan shouted to him again,
Hurry up! Don't stop!
The boy picked up the arrows and brought them back to Jonathan, but he had no idea about what was going on. Only Jonathan and David knew. Jonathan gave his weapons to the boy and told him,
Take these back into town.
After the boy had gone, David got up from beside the mound and bowed very low 3 times. Then he and Jonathan kissed each other and cried, but David cried louder. Jonathan said,
But David cried louder.
And remember, we each have asked the Lord to watch and make sure that we and our descendants keep our promise forever.
David left, and Jonathan went back to town. 1 Samuel, chapter 21. David went to see Ahimelech, a priest who lived in the town of Nob. Ahimelech was trembling with fear as he came out to meet David.
Why are you alone?
Ahimelech asked.
Why isn't anyone else with you?
I'm on a mission for King Saul.
David answered.
He ordered me not to tell anyone what the mission is all about, so I had my soldiers stay somewhere else. Do you have any food you can give me? Could you spare 5 loaves of bread?
The only bread I have is the sacred bread.
The priest told David.
You can have it if your soldiers didn't sleep with women last night.
Of course we didn't sleep with women,
David answered.
I never let my men do that when we're on a mission. They have to be acceptable to worship God even when we're on a regular mission. And today we're on a special mission.
The only bread the priest had was the sacred bread that he had taken from the place of worship after putting out the fresh loaves. So he gave it to David. It so happened that one of Saul's officers was there worshiping the Lord that day. His name was Doeg the Edomite, and he was the strongest of Saul's shepherds. David asked Ahimelech,
Yes, sir.
Do you have a spear or a sword? I had to leave so quickly on this mission for the king that I didn't bring along my sword or any other weapons.
The priest answered,
The only sword here is the one that belonged to Goliath the Philistine. You were the one who killed him in Elah Valley, and so you can take his sword if you want to. It's wrapped in a cloth behind the statue.
It's the best sword there is,
David said.
I'll take it.
David kept on running from Saul that day until he came to Gath, where he met with King Achish. The officers of King Achish were also there, and they asked Achish,
Isn't David a king back in his own country? Don't the Israelites dance and sing? Saul has killed 1,000 enemies. David has killed 10,000 enemies.
David thought about what they were saying, and it made him afraid of Achish. So right there in front of everyone, he pretended to be insane. He acted confused and scratched up the doors of the town gate while drooling in his beard.
Look at him,
Achish said to his officers.
You can see he's crazy. Why did you bring him to me? I have enough crazy people without your bringing another one here. Keep him away from my palace.
1 Samuel, chapter 22. When David escaped from the town of Gath, he went to Adullam cave. His brothers and the rest of his family found out where he was, and they followed him there. A lot of other people joined him too. Some were in trouble, others were angry or in debt, and David was soon the leader of 400 men. David left Adullam cave and went to the town of Mizpah in Moab, where he talked with the king of Moab.
Please,
David said,
let my father and mother stay with you until I find out what God will do with me.
So he brought his parents to the king of Moab, and they stayed with him while David was in hiding. One day the prophet Gad told David,
Don't stay here. Go back to Judah.
David then left and went to Hereth Forest. Saul was sitting under a small tree on top of the hill at Gibeah when he heard that David and his men had been seen. Saul was holding his spear, and his officers were standing in front of him. He told them,
Listen to me. You belong to the Benjamin tribe. So if that son of Jesse ever becomes king, he won't give you fields or vineyards. He won't make you officers in charge of thousands or hundreds, as I have done. But you're all plotting against me. Not one of you told me that my own son Jonathan had made an agreement with him. Not one of you cared enough to tell me that Jonathan had helped one of my officers rebel. Now that son of Jesse is trying to ambush me.
Doeg the Edomite was standing with the other officers and spoke up.
Schizo.
When I was in the town of Nob, I saw that son of Jesse. He was visiting the priest Ahimelech, the son of Ahitub. Ahimelech talked to the Lord for him, then gave him food and the sword that had belonged to Goliath the Philistine.
Saul sent a message to Ahimelech and his whole family of priests at Nob, ordering them to come to him. When they came, Saul told them,
Listen to me, you son of Ahitub.
Certainly, your majesty.
Ahimelech answered. Saul demanded,
Why did you plot against me with that son of Jesse? You helped him rebel against me by giving him food and a sword and by talking with God for him. Now he's trying to ambush me.
Your majesty, none of your officers is more loyal than David.
Ahimelech replied.
He's your son-in-law and the captain of your bodyguard. Everyone in your family respects him. This isn't the first time I've talked with God for David, and it's never made you angry before. Please don't accuse me or my family like this. I have no idea what's going on.
Ahimelech,
Saul said,
you and your whole family are going to die.
Saul shouted to his bodyguards,
These priests of the Lord helped David. They knew he was running away, but they didn't tell me. Kill them!
But the king's officers would not attack the priests of the Lord. Saul turned to Doeg, who was from Edom, and said,
Kill the priests!
On that same day, Doeg killed 85 priests. Then he attacked the town of Nob, where the priests had lived, and he killed everyone there, men, women, children, and babies. He even killed their cattle, donkeys, and sheep. Ahimelech's son Abiathar was the only one who escaped. He ran to David and told him,
Saul has murdered the priest at Nob.
David answered,
That day when I saw Doeg, I knew he would tell Saul, Your family died because of me. Stay here. Isn't the same person trying to kill both of us? Don't worry. You'll be safe here with me.
1 Samuel chapter 23. One day some people told David,
"The Philistines keep attacking the town of Keilah and stealing grain from the threshing place."
David asked the Lord,
Should I attack these Philistines?
Yes,
the Lord answered.
attack them and rescue Keilah.
But David's men said,
"Look, even here in Judah we're afraid of the Philistines. We will be terrified if we try to fight them at Keilah."
David asked the Lord about it again.
Leave right now.
The Lord answered,
I will give you victory over the Philistines at Keilah.
David and his men went there and fiercely attacked the Philistines. They killed many of them, then led away their cattle and rescued the people of Keilah. Meanwhile, Saul heard that David was in Keilah.
"God has let me catch David,"
Saul said.
"David is trapped inside a walled town where the gates can be locked."
Saul decided to go there and surround the town in order to trap David and his men. He sent messengers who told the towns and villages,
Send men to serve in Saul's army.
By this time, Abiathar joined David in Keilah and had brought along everything he needed to get answers from God. David heard about Saul's plan to capture him, and he told Abiathar,
Let's ask God what we should do.
David prayed,
Lord God of Israel, I was told that Saul is planning to come here. What should I do? Suppose he threatens to destroy the town because of me. Would the leaders of Keilah turn me over to Saul, or is he really coming? Please tell me, Lord.
Yes, he will come.
The Lord answered.
Would the leaders of Keilah hand me and my soldiers over to Saul?
Yes, they would.
The Lord answered. David and his 600 men got out of there fast and started moving from place to place. Saul heard that David had left Keilah, and he decided not to go after him. David stayed in hideouts in the hill country of Ziph Desert. Saul kept searching, but God never let Saul catch him. One time, David was at Horesh in Ziph Desert. He was afraid because Saul had come to the area to kill him. But Jonathan went to see David, and God helped him encourage David.
"Don't be afraid,"
Jonathan said.
"My father Saul will never get his hands on you. In fact, you're going to be the next king of Israel, and I'll be your highest official. Even my father knows it's true."
They both promised the Lord that they would always be loyal to each other. Then Jonathan went home, but David stayed at Horesh. Some people from the town of Ziph went to Saul at Gibeah and said,
Your Majesty, David has a hideout not far from us. It's near Horesh, somewhere on Mount Keilah, south of Jeshimon. If you come, we will help you catch him.
Saul told them,
"You've done me a big favor, and I pray that the Lord will bless you. Now please, do just a little more for me. Find out exactly where David is, as well as where he goes, and who has seen him there. I've been told that he's very tricky. Find out where all his hiding places are, and come back when you're sure. Then I'll go with you. If he is still in the area, or anywhere among the clans of Judah, I'll find him."
The people from Ziph went back ahead of Saul, and they found out that David and his men were still south of Jeshimon in the Maon Desert. Saul and his army set out to find David, but David heard that Saul was coming, and he went to a place called the Rock, one of his hideouts in Maon Desert. Saul found out where David was and started closing in on him. Saul was going around a hill on one side, and David and his men were on the other side trying to get away. Saul and his soldiers were just about to capture David and his men when a messenger came to Saul and said,
"Come quickly! The Philistines are attacking Israel and taking everything!"
Saul stopped going after David and went back to fight the Philistines. That's why the place is called Escape Rock. David left and went to live in the hideouts at En-Gedi. 1 Samuel chapter 24. When Saul got back from fighting off the Philistines, he heard that David was in the desert around En-Gedi. Saul led 3,000 of Israel's best soldiers out to look for David and his men near Wild Goat Rocks at En-Gedi. There were some sheep pens along the side of the road, and one of them was built around the entrance to a cave. Saul went into the cave to relieve himself. David and his men were hiding at the back of the cave. They whispered to David,
"The Lord told you he was going to let you defeat your enemies and do whatever you want with them. This must be the day the Lord was talking about."
David sneaked over and cut off a small piece of Saul's robe, but Saul didn't notice a thing. Afterward, David was sorry that he had even done that, and he told his men,
Stop talking foolishly. We're not going to attack Saul. He's my king, and I pray that the Lord will keep me from doing anything to harm his chosen king.
Saul left the cave and started down the road. Soon David also got up and left the cave.
Your Majesty!
He shouted from a distance. Saul turned around to look. David bowed down very low and said,
Your Majesty, why do you listen to people who say that I am trying to harm you? You can see for yourself that the Lord gave me the chance to catch you in the cave today. Some of my men wanted to kill you, but I wouldn't let them do it. I told them I will not harm the Lord's chosen king. Your Majesty, look at what I'm holding. You can see that it's a piece of your robe. If I could cut off a piece of your robe, I could have killed you. But I let you live. And that should prove I am not trying to harm you or to rebel. I haven't done anything to you, and yet you keep trying to ambush and kill me. I'll let the Lord decide which one of us has done right. I pray that the Lord will punish you for what you're doing to me, but I won't do anything to you. An old proverb says, only evil people do evil things, and so I won't harm you. Why should the king of Israel be out chasing me anyway? I'm as worthless as a dead dog or a flea. I pray that the Lord will help me escape and show that I am in the right.
David, my son, is that you?
Saul asked. Then he started crying and said,
David, you're a better person than I am. You treated me with kindness, even though I've been cruel to you. You've told me how you were kind enough not to kill me when the Lord gave you the chance. If you really were my enemy, you wouldn't have let me leave here alive. I pray that the Lord will give you a big reward for what you did today. I realize now that you will be the next king, and a powerful king at that. Promise me, with the Lord as your witness, that you won't wipe out my descendants. Let them live to keep my family name alive.
So David promised, and Saul went home. David and his men returned to their hideout. 1 Samuel, chapter 25. Samuel died, and people from all over Israel gathered to mourn for him when he was buried at his home in Ramah. Meanwhile, David moved his camp to Paran Desert. Nabal was a very rich man who lived in Maon. He owned 3,000 sheep and 1,000 goats, which he kept at Carmel. His wife Abigail was sensible and beautiful, but he was from the Caleb clan and was rough and mean. One day, Nabal was in Carmel, having his servants cut the wool from his sheep. David was in the desert when he heard about it, so he sent 10 men to Carmel with this message for Nabal.
I hope that you and your family are healthy and that all is going well for you. I've heard that you are cutting the wool from your sheep. When your shepherds were with us in Carmel, we didn't harm them, and nothing was ever stolen from them. Ask your shepherds, and they'll tell you the same thing. My servants are your servants, and you are like a father to me. This is a day for celebrating, so please be kind and share some of your food with us.
David's men went to Nabal and gave him David's message. Then they waited for Nabal's answer. This is what he said.
Who does this David think he is? That son of Jesse is just one more slave on the run from his master, and there are too many of them these days. What makes you think I'll take my bread, my water, and the meat that I've cooked for my own servants and give it to you? Besides, I'm not sure that David sent you.
The men returned to their camp and told David everything Nabal had said.
Everybody get your swords!
David ordered. They all strapped on their swords. 200 men stayed behind to guard the camp, but the other 400 followed David. Meanwhile, one of Nabal's servants told Abigail,
David's men were often nearby while we were taking care of the sheep in the fields. They were very good to us. They never hurt us, and nothing was ever stolen from us while they were nearby. With them around day or night, we were as safe as we would have been inside a walled city. David sent some messengers from the desert to wish our master well, but he shouted insults at them. He's a bully who won't listen to anyone. Isn't there something you can do? Please, think of something, or else our master and his family and everyone who works for him are all doomed.
Abigail quickly got together 200 loaves of bread, 2 large clay jars of wine, the meat from 5 sheep, a large sack of roasted grain, 100 handfuls of raisins, and 200 handfuls of dried figs. She loaded all the food on donkeys and told her servants,
Take this on ahead, and I'll catch up with you.
She didn't tell her husband Nabal what she was doing. Abigail was riding her donkey on the path that led around the hillside, when suddenly she met David and his men heading straight at her. David had just been saying,
I surely wasted my time guarding Nabal's things in the desert and keeping them from being stolen. I was good to him, and now he pays me back with insults. I swear that by morning there won't be a man or boy left from his family or his servants' families. I pray that God will punish me if I don't do it.
Abigail quickly got off her donkey and bowed down in front of David. Then she said,
Sir, please, let me explain. Don't pay any attention to that good-for-nothing Nabal. His name means fool, and it really fits him. I didn't see the men you sent, but please take this gift of food that I brought and share it with your followers. The Lord has kept you from taking revenge and from killing innocent people. But I hope your enemies and anyone else who wants to harm you will end up like Nabal. I swear this by the living Lord and by your life. Please forgive me if I say a little more. The Lord will always protect you and your family because you fight for Him. I pray that you won't ever do anything evil as long as you live. The Lord your God will keep you safe when your enemies try to kill you, but He will snatch away their lives quicker than you can throw a rock from a sling. The Lord has promised to do many good things for you, even to make you the ruler of Israel. The Lord will keep His promises to you, and now your conscience will be clear because you won't be guilty of taking revenge and killing innocent people. When the Lord does all those good things for you, please, remember me.
David told her,
I praise the Lord God of Israel. He must have sent you to meet me today. And you should also be praised. Your good sense kept me from taking revenge and killing innocent people. If you hadn't come to meet me so quickly, every man and boy in Nabal's family and in his servants' families would have been killed by morning. I swear by the living Lord God of Israel who protected you that this is the truth.
David accepted the food Abigail had brought.
Don't worry,
he said.
You can go home now. I'll do what you asked.
Abigail went back home and found Nabal throwing a party fit for a king. He was very drunk and feeling good, so she didn't tell him anything that night. But when he sobered up the next morning, Abigail told him everything that had happened. Nabal had a heart attack, and he lay in his bed as still as a stone. 10 days later, the Lord took his life. David heard that Nabal had died.
I praise the Lord,
David said.
He has judged Nabal guilty for insulting me. The Lord kept me from doing anything wrong, and He made sure that Nabal hurt only himself with his own evil.
Abigail was still at Carmel, so David sent messengers to ask her if she would marry him. She bowed down and said,
I would willingly be David's slave and wash his servants' feet.
Abigail quickly got ready and went back with David's messengers. She rode on her donkey while 5 of her servant women walked alongside. She and David were married as soon as she arrived. David had earlier married Ahinoam from the town of Jezreel, so both she and Abigail were now David's wives. Meanwhile, Saul had arranged for Michal to marry Paltai, the son of Laish, who came from the town of Galim. 1 Samuel, chapter 26. Once again, some people from Ziph went to Gibeah to talk with Saul.
David has a hideout in Mount Hakeilah, near Jeshimon, out in the desert,
they told him. Saul took 3,000 of Israel's best soldiers and went to look for David there in Ziph Desert. Saul set up camp on Mount Hakeilah, which is across the road from Jeshimon, but David was hiding out in the desert. When David heard that Saul was following him, he sent some spies to find out if it was true. Then he sneaked up to Saul's camp. He noticed that Saul and his army commander, Abner, the son of Ner, were sleeping in the middle of the camp, with soldiers sleeping all around them. David asked Ahimelech the Hittite and Joab's brother Abishai,
Which one of you will go with me into Saul's camp?
I will,
Abishai answered. That same night, David and Abishai crept into the camp. Saul was sleeping, and his spear was stuck in the ground not far from his head. Abner and the soldiers were sound asleep all around him. Abishai whispered,
This time God has let you get your hands on your enemy. I'll pin him to the ground with one thrust of his own spear.
Don't kill him,
David whispered back.
The Lord will punish anyone who kills his chosen king. As surely as the Lord lives, the Lord will kill Saul, or Saul will die a natural death, or be killed in battle. But I pray that the Lord will keep me from harming his chosen king. Let's grab his spear and his water jar and get out of here.
David took the spear and the water jar, then left the camp. None of Saul's soldiers knew what had happened or even woke up. The Lord had made all of them fall sound asleep. David and Abishai crossed the valley and went to the top of the next hill, where they were at a safe distance.
Abner!
David shouted toward Saul's army.
Can you hear me?
Abner shouted back.
Who dares disturb the king? Abner, what kind of a man are you?
David replied.
Aren't you supposed to be the best soldier in Israel? Then why didn't you protect your king? Anyone who went into your camp could have killed him tonight. You're a complete failure. I swear by the living Lord that you and your men deserve to die for not protecting the Lord's chosen king. Look and see if you can find the king's spear and the water jar that were near his head.
Saul could tell it was David's voice, and he called out,
David, my son! Is that you?
Yes, it is, your majesty. Why are you after me? Have I done something wrong, or have I committed a crime? Please listen to what I have to say. If the Lord has turned you against me, maybe a sacrifice will make him change his mind. But if some people have turned you against me, I hope the Lord will punish them. They have forced me to leave the land that belongs to the Lord, and have told me to worship foreign gods. Don't let me die in a land far away from the Lord. I'm no more important than a fish. Why should the king of Israel hunt me down as if I were a bird in the mountains?
David, you had the chance to kill me today, but you didn't. I was very wrong about you. It was a terrible mistake for me to try to kill you. I acted like a fool, but I'll never try to harm you again. You're like a son to me, so please come back.
Your Majesty, here's your spear. Have one of your soldiers come and get it. The Lord put you in my power today, but you are his chosen king, and I wouldn't harm you. The Lord rewards people who are faithful and live right. I saved your life today, and I pray that the Lord will protect me and keep me safe.
David, my son, I pray that the Lord will bless you and make you successful.
1 Samuel chapter 27. Saul went back home. David also left, but he thought to himself,
One of these days Saul is going to kill me. The only way to escape from him is to go to Philistia. Then I'll be outside of Israel, and Saul will give up trying to catch me.
David and his 600 men went across the border to stay in Gath with King Achish, the son of Maoch. His men brought their families with them. David brought his wife Ahinoam, whose hometown was Jezreel, and he also brought his wife Abigail, who had been married to Nabal from Carmel. When Saul found out that David had run off to Gath, he stopped trying to catch him. One day, David was talking with Achish and said,
If you are happy with me, then let me live in one of the towns in the countryside. I'm not important enough to live here with you in the royal city.
Achish gave David the town of Ziklag that same day, and Ziklag has belonged to the kings of Judah ever since. David was in Philistia for a year and 4 months. The Geshurites, the Girzites, and the Amalekites lived in the area from Telem to Shur and on as far as Egypt, and David often attacked their towns. Whenever David and his men attacked the town, they took the sheep, cattle, donkeys, camels, and the clothing, and killed everyone who lived there. After he returned from a raid, David always went to see Achish, who would ask,
Where did you attack today?
David would answer,
Oh, we attacked some desert town that belonged to the Judah tribe.
Sometimes David would say,
Oh, we attacked a town in the desert where the Jerahmeel clan lives.
Or,
We attacked a town in the desert where the Kenites live.
That's why David killed everyone in the towns he attacked. He thought,
If I let any of them live, they might come to Gath and tell what I've really been doing.
David made these raids all the time he was in Philistia. But Achish trusted David and thought,
David's people must be furious with him. From now on, he will have to take orders from me.
1 Samuel chapter 28. Samuel had died some time earlier, and people from all over Israel had attended his funeral in his hometown of Ramah. Meanwhile, Saul had been trying to get rid of everyone who spoke with the spirits of the dead. But one day the Philistines brought their soldiers together to attack Israel. Achish told David,
Of course, you know that you and your men must fight as part of our Philistine army.
David answered,
That will give you a chance to see for yourself just how well we can fight.
In that case,
Achish said,
you and your men will always be my bodyguards.
The Philistines went to Shunem and set up camp. Saul called the army of Israel together, and they set up their camp in Gilboa. Saul took one look at the Philistine army and started shaking with fear. So he asked the Lord what to do. But the Lord would not answer, either in a dream or by a priest or a prophet. Then Saul told his officers,
Find me a woman who can talk to the spirits of the dead. I'll go to her and find out what's going to happen.
His servants told him,
There's a woman at Endor who can talk to spirits of the dead.
That night, Saul put on different clothing, so nobody would recognize him. Then he and 2 of his men went to the woman and asked,
Will you bring up the ghost of someone for us?
The woman said,
Why are you trying to trick me and get me killed? Oh no, King Saul's gotten rid of everyone who talks to the spirits of the dead.
Saul replied,
I swear, by the living Lord, that nothing will happen to you because of this.
Who do you want me to bring up?
She asked.
Bring up the ghost of Samuel,
he answered. When the woman saw Samuel, she screamed. Then she turned to Saul and said,
You've tricked me! You're the king!
Don't be afraid,
Saul replied.
Just tell me what you see.
She answered,
I see a spirit rising up out of the ground.
What does it look like?
It looks like an old man wearing a robe.
Saul knew it was Samuel, so he bowed down low.
Why are you bothering me by bringing me up like this?
Samuel asked.
I'm terribly worried,
Saul answered.
The Philistines are about to attack me. God has turned his back on me and won't answer any more by prophets or by dreams. What should I do?
Samuel said,
If the Lord had turned away from you and is now your enemy, don't ask me what to do. I've already told you. The Lord has sworn to take the kingdom from you and give it to David. And that's just what he's doing. When the Lord was angry with the Amalekites, he told you to destroy them, but you didn't do it. That's why the Lord is doing this to you. Tomorrow, the Lord will let the Philistines defeat Israel's army. Then you and your sons will join me down here in the world of the dead.
At once, Saul collapsed and lay stretched out on the floor, terrified at what Samuel had said. He was weak because he had not eaten anything since the day before. The woman came over to Saul, and when she saw that he was completely terrified, she said,
Your Majesty, I listened to you and risked my life to do what you asked. Now, please, listen to me. Let me get you a little something to eat. It will give you strength for your walk back to camp.
No, I won't eat.
But his officers and the woman kept on urging Saul until he finally agreed. He got up off the floor and sat on the bed. Right away, the woman killed a calf that she had been fattening on. She cooked part of the meat and baked some thin bread. Then she served the food to Saul and his officers, who ate and left before daylight. 1 Samuel, chapter 29. The Philistines had brought their whole army to Aphek, while Israel's army was camping near Jezreel Spring. The Philistine rulers and their troops were marching past the Philistine army commanders in groups of 100 and 1,000. When David and his men marched by at the end with Achish, the commanders said,
What are those worthless Israelites doing here?
They are David's men.
Achish answered.
David used to be one of Saul's officers, but he left Saul and joined my army a long time ago. I've never had even one complaint about him.
The Philistine army commanders were angry and shouted,
Send David back to the town you gave him. We won't have him going into the battle with us. He can turn and fight against us. Saul would take David back as an officer if David brought him the heads of our soldiers. The Israelites even dance and sing. Saul has killed 1,000 enemies. David has killed 10,000 enemies.
Achish called David over and said,
I swear by the living Lord that you've been honest with me, and I want you to fight by my side. I don't think you've done anything wrong from the day you joined me until this very moment. But the other Philistine rulers don't want you to come along. Go on back home and try not to upset them.
But what have I done?
David asked.
Do you know of anything I've ever done that would keep me from fighting the enemies of my king?
Achish said,
I believe you're as good as an angel of God, but our army commanders have decided that you can't fight in this battle. You and your troops will have to go back to the town I gave you. Get up and leave tomorrow morning as soon as it's light. I'm pleased with you, so don't let any of this bother you.
David and his men got up early in the morning and headed back toward Philistia, while the Philistines left for Jezreel. 1 Samuel, chapter 30. It took David and his men 3 days to reach Ziklag. But while they had been away, the Amalekites had been raiding in the desert around there. They had attacked Ziklag, burned it to the ground, and had taken away the women and children. When David and his men came to Ziklag, they saw the burned-out ruins and learned that their families had been taken captive. They started crying and kept it up until they were too weak to cry anymore. David's 2 wives, Ahinoam and Abigail, had been taken captive with everyone else. David was desperate. His soldiers were so upset over what had happened to their sons and daughters that they were thinking about stoning David to death. But he felt the Lord God giving him strength, and he said to the priest,
Abiathar, let's ask God what to do.
Abiathar brought everything he needed to get answers from God, and he went over to David. Then David asked the Lord,
Should I go after the people who raided our town? Can I catch up with them?
Go after them,
the Lord answered.
You will catch up with them, and you will rescue your families.
David led his 600 men to Bezor Gorge, but 200 of them were too tired to go across. So they stayed behind while David and the other 400 men crossed the gorge. Some of David's men found an Egyptian out in a field and took him to David. They gave the Egyptian some bread and he ate it. Then they gave him a drink of water, some dried figs and 2 handfuls of raisins. This was the first time in 3 days he had tasted food or water. Now he felt much better.
Who is your master?
David asked.
And where do you come from?
I'm from Egypt.
The young man answered.
I'm the servant of an Amalekite, but he left me here 3 days ago because I was sick. We had attacked some towns in the desert where the Kerethites live, in the area that belongs to Judah, and in the desert where the Caleb clan lives. And we burned down Ziklag.
Will you take me to those Amalekites?
David asked.
Yes, I will, if you promise with God as a witness that you won't kill me or hand me over to my master.
He led David to the Amalekites. They were eating and drinking everywhere, celebrating because of what they had taken from Philistia and Judah. David attacked just before sunrise the next day and fought until sunset. 400 Amalekites rode away on camels, but they were the only ones who escaped. David rescued his 2 wives and everyone else the Amalekites had taken from Ziklag. No one was missing, young or old, sons or daughters. David brought back everything that had been stolen, including their livestock. David also took the sheep and cattle that the Amalekites had with them, but he kept these separate from the others. Everyone agreed that these would be David's reward. On the way back, David went to the 200 men he had left at Bezor Gorge because they had been too tired to keep up with him. They came toward David and the people who were with him. When David was close enough, he greeted the 200 men and asked how they were doing. Some of David's men were good-for-nothings, and they said,
Those men didn't go with us to the battle, so they don't get any of the things.
Alright, I'm gonna go to sleep now, dude. Thanks for the audio Bible. Good for the soul. Good night. Yes, sir. Yeah, take it easy, good sir. There's like 3 minutes and 54 seconds left until this one's over. Then we'll go to 2 Samuel. But yes, sir, take it easy and don't have too much fun, bro. Sleep well and yeah. Peace. After this one's over, I might just turn turn internal audio on and listen to it myself.
My friends, don't be so greedy with what the Lord has given us. The Lord protected us and gave us victory over the people who attacked. Who would pay attention to you anyway? Soldiers who stay behind to guard the camp get as much as those who go into battle.
David made this a law for Israel, and it has been the same ever since. David went back to Ziklag with everything they had taken from the Amalekites. He sent some of these things as gifts to his friends who were leaders of Judah and told them,
We took these things from the Lord's enemies. Please accept them as a gift.
This is a list of the towns where David sent gifts. Bethel, Ramoth in the southern desert, Jattir, Aroer, Siphmoth, Eshtemoa, Rachel, the towns belonging to the Jeremielites and the Kenites, Hormah, Boration, Athak, and Hebron. He also sent gifts to the other towns where he and his men had traveled. 1 Samuel, chapter 31. Meanwhile, the Philistines were fighting Israel at Mount Gilboa. Israel's soldiers ran from the Philistines, and many of them were killed. The Philistines closed in on Saul and his sons, and they killed his sons Jonathan, Abinadab, and Malchishua. The fighting was fierce around Saul, and he was badly wounded by enemy arrows. Saul told the soldier who carried his weapons,
Kill me with your sword. I don't want those worthless Philistines to torture me and make fun.
But the soldier was afraid to kill him. Saul then took out his own sword. He stuck the blade into his stomach and fell on it. When the soldier knew that Saul was dead, he killed himself in the same way. Saul was dead. His 3 sons were dead. And the soldier who carried his weapons was dead. They and all his soldiers died on that same day. The Israelites on the other side of Jezreel Valley and the other side of the Jordan learned that Saul and his sons were dead. They saw that the Israelite army had run away, so they ran away too. And the Philistines moved into the towns the Israelites had left behind. The day after the battle, when the Philistines returned to the battlefield to take the weapons of the dead Israelite soldiers, they found Saul and his 3 sons lying dead on Mount Gilboa. The Philistines cut off Saul's head and pulled off his armor. Then they put his armor in the temple of the goddess Astarte, and they nailed his body to the city wall of Bethshan. They also sent messengers everywhere in Philistia to spread the good news in the temples of their idols and among their people. The people who lived in Jabesh and Gilead heard what the Philistines had done to Saul's body. So one night, some brave men from Jabesh went to Bethshan. They took down the bodies of Saul and his sons, then brought them back to Jabesh and burned them. They buried the bones under a small tree in Jabesh, and for 7 days they went without eating to show their sorrow.
First Samuel 1 is over. Second Samuel, here we come. Although I might go get some food or something real quick, I don't know. I'm half-ass hungry, half not. So yeah, I'll see what happens, but yeah guys, I'm gonna mute this up real quick at least. Peace, everybody. Alright guys, sorry I was dicking so long. I went to make some food. Unfortunately, we don't got much, so I threw some fish sticks in, and that's gonna take about 20 minutes to cook, so yeah, I'll have to go in about 20 minutes to actually do something, but oh well, I'll stay here and just grind out a little bit till then. And 3 hours, 21 minutes on the timer. 3, 2, 1. Happy day 1911, guys. Yo, what are you doing? Just moving a mountain at the moment. Listening to a Bible audio and trying not to fall asleep before I have to go in like 2 hours. But I might just pass out to wake up and then leave somewhere in 2 hours or so. I'm not 100% sure. Leg me. Yeah, I'm just removing this mountain. Bro, take rest. I probably will as soon as I'm done with this portion here. I'm doing like 7 strips at a time or something like that, so yeah, as soon as I finish this part up right here, I might just take a break if I'm being honest. Because I want to get this whole mountain done. And I'm about halfway done. Honestly, that's a lie. I'm like 3/4 done, if not a little more. I just want it to be done, bro. But yeah, I'm gonna mute back up again, turn on the Bible audio for a second, try to just get this done so I can maybe try to pass out for like 2 hours before I have to go do stuff. Or an hour and a half or however long it is, but yeah. Take it easy, good sir, and if you're still here, then I hope you enjoy the just aimless mining.